Preface of God the Invisible King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. God the Invisible King by H.G. Wells. Preface. This book sets out as forcibly and exactly as possible the religious belief of the writer. That belief is not Orthodox Christianity. It is not, indeed, Christianity at all. Its core, nevertheless, is a profound belief in a personal and intimate God. There is nothing in its statements that need shock or offend anyone who is prepared for the expression of a faith different from, and perhaps in several particulars opposed to, his own. The writer will be found to be sympathetic with all sincere religious feeling. Nevertheless, it is well to prepare the prospective reader for statements that may jar harshly against deeply rooted mental habits. It is well to warn him at the outset that the departure from accepted beliefs is here no vague skepticism, but a quite sharply defined objection to dogmas very widely revered. Let the writer state the most probable occasion of trouble forthwith. An issue upon which this book will be found particularly uncompromising is the dogma of the Trinity. The writer is of opinion that the Council of Nicaea, which forcibly crystallized the controversies of 2 centuries and formulated the creed upon which all the existing Christian churches are based, was one of the most disastrous and one of the least venerable of all religious gatherings. And he holds that the Alexandrine speculations which were then conclusively imposed upon Christianity merit only disrespectful attention at the present time. There you have a chief possibility of offense. He is quite unable to pretend any awe for what he considers the spiritual monstrosities established by that undignified gathering. He makes no attempt to be obscure or propitiatory in this connection. He criticizes the creeds explicitly and frankly, because he believes it is particularly necessary to clear them out of the way of those who are seeking religious consolation at this present time of exceptional religious need. He does little to conceal his indignation at the role played by these dogmas in obscuring, perverting, and preventing the religious life of mankind. After this warning, such readers from among the various Christian churches and sects as are accessible to storms of theological fear or passion, to whom the Trinity is an ineffable mystery and the name of God almost unspeakably awful, read on at their own risk. This is a religious book written by a believer, but so far as their beliefs and religion go, it may seem to them more skeptical and more antagonistic than blank atheism. That the writer cannot tell. He is not simply denying their God. He is declaring that there is a living God, different altogether from that triune God, and nearer to the heart of man. The spirit of this book is like that of a missionary who would only too gladly overthrow and smash some Polynesian divinity of shark's teeth and painted wood and mother of pearl. To the writer, such elaborations as begotten of the Father before all worlds are no better than intellectual shark's teeth and oyster shells. His purpose, like the purpose of that missionary, is not primarily to shock and insult, but he is zealous to liberate, and he is impatient with the reverence that stands between man and God. He gives this fair warning and proceeds with his matter. His matter is modern religion as he sees it. It is only incidentally and because it is unavoidable that he attacks doctrinal Christianity. In a previous book, First and Last Things, Constable and Company, he has stated his convictions upon certain general ideas of life and thought as clearly as he could. All of philosophy, all of metaphysics, that is, seems to him to be a discussion of the relations of class and individual. The antagonism of the nominalist and the realist, the opposition of the one and the many, the contrast of the ideal and the actual. All these oppositions express a certain structural and essential duality in the activity of the human mind. From an imperfect recognition of that duality ensue great masses of misconception. That was the substance of First and Last Things. In this present book there is no further attack on philosophical or metaphysical questions. Here we work at a less fundamental level and deal with religious feeling and religious ideas. But just as the writer was inclined to attribute a whole world of disputation and inexactitudes to confused thinking about the exact value of classes and terms, so here he is disposed to think that interminable controversies and conflicts arise out of a confusion of intention due to a double meaning of the word God. That the word God conveys not one idea or set of ideas, but several essentially different ideas, incompatible one with another, and falling mainly into one or other of two divergent groups, and that people slip carelessly from one to the other of these groups of ideas, and so get into ultimately inextricable confusions. The writer believes that the centuries of fluid religious thought that preceded the violent ultimate crystallization of Nicaea was essentially a struggle, obscured of course by many complexities, to reconcile and get into a relationship these two separate main series of God ideas. Putting the leading idea of this book very roughly, these two antagonistic typical conceptions of God may be best contrasted by speaking of one of them as God as nature, or the Creator, and of the other as God as Christ, or the Redeemer. One is the great outward God. The other is the inmost God. The first idea was perhaps developed most highly and completely in the God of Spinoza. It is a conception of God tending to pantheism, to an idea of a comprehensive God as ruling with justice rather than affection, to a conception of aloofness and awe-striking worshipfulness. The second idea, which is opposed to this idea of an absolute God, is the God of the human heart. The writer would suggest that the great outline of the theological struggles of that phase of civilization and world unity which produced Christianity was a persistent but unsuccessful attempt to get these two different ideas of God into one focus. It was an attempt to make the God of nature accessible and the God of the heart invincible, to bring the former into a conception of love, and to vest the latter with the beauty of stars and flowers and the dignity of inexorable justice. There could be no finer metaphor for such a correlation than fatherhood and sonship. But the trouble is that it seems impossible to most people to continue to regard the relations of the Father to the Son as being simply a mystical metaphor. Presently, some materialistic bias swings them in a moment of intellectual carelessness back to the idea of sexual filiation. And it may further be suggested that the extreme aloofness and inhumanity which is logically necessary in the idea of a creator God, of an infinite God, was the reason, so to speak, for the invention of a Holy Spirit, as something proceeding from him, as something bridging the great gulf, a comforter, a mediator descending into the sphere of the human understanding. That and the suggestive influence of the Egyptian Trinity that was then being worshipped at the Serapeum, and which had saturated the thought of Alexandria with the conception of a Trinity in unity, are probably the realities that account for the third person of the Christian Trinity. At any rate, the present writer believes that the discussions that shaped the Christian theology we know were dominated by such natural and fundamental thoughts. These discussions were, of course, complicated from the outset, and particularly were they complicated by the identification of the man Jesus with the theological Christ, by materialistic expectations of his second coming, by materialistic inventions about his miraculous begetting, and by the morbid speculations about virginity and the like that arose out of such grossness. They were still further complicated by the idea of the textual inspiration of the Scriptures, which presently swamped thought in textual interpretation. That swamping came very early in the development of Christianity. The writer of St. John's Gospel appears still to be thinking with a considerable freedom, but Origen is already hopelessly in the net of the texts. The writer of St. John's Gospel was a free man, but Origen was a superstitious man. He was emasculated mentally as well as bodily through his bibliolatry. He quotes, his predecessor thinks. But the writer throws out these guesses at the probable intentions of early Christian thought in passing. His business here is the definition of a position. The writer's position here, in this book, is, firstly, complete agnosticism in the matter of God the Creator, and secondly, entire faith in the matter of God the Redeemer. That, so to speak, is the key of his book. He cannot bring the two ideas under the same term God. He uses the word God, therefore, for the God in our hearts only, and he uses the term the veiled being for the ultimate mysteries of the universe, and he declares that we do not know, and perhaps cannot know in any comprehensible terms, the relation of the veiled being to that living reality in our lives who is, in his terminology, the true God. Speaking from the point of view of practical religion, he is restricting and defining the word God as meaning only the personal God of mankind. He is restricting it so as to exclude all cosmogony and ideas of providence from our religious thought and leave nothing but the essentials of the religious life. Many people, whom one would class as rather liberal Christians of an Arian or Armenian complexion, may find the larger part of this book acceptable to them if they will read the Christ God where the writer has written God. They will then differ from him upon little more than the question whether there is an essential identity in aim and quality between the Christ God and the veiled being who answer to their Creator God. This is the orthodox post-Nicene Christians assert, and many pre-Niceans and many heretics, as the Cathars, contradicted with its exact contrary. The Cathars, Paulicians, Albigenses, and so on, held, with the Manichaeans, that the God of nature, God the Father, was evil. The Christ God was his antagonist. This was the idea of the poet Shelley. And passing beyond Christian theology altogether, a clue can still be found to many problems in comparative theology in this distinction between the being of nature, cf. Kant's starry vault above, and the God of the heart, Kant's moral law within. The idea of an antagonism seems to have been cardinal in the thought of the Essenes and the Orphic cult, and in the Persian dualism. So, too, Buddhism seems to be antagonistic. On the other hand, the Moslem teaching and modern Judaism seem absolutely to combine and identify the two. God the Creator is altogether and without distinction also God the King of mankind. Christianity stands somewhere between such complete identification and complete antagonism. It admits a difference in attitude between Father and Son in its distinction between the old dispensation of the Old Testament and the New. Every possible change is rung in the great religions of the world between identification, complete separation, equality, and disproportion of these beings. But it will be found that these two ideas are, so to speak, the basal elements of all theology in the world. The writer is chary of assertion or denial in these matters. He believes that they are speculations not at all necessary to salvation. He believes that men may differ profoundly in their opinions upon these points and still be in perfect agreement upon the essentials of religion. The reality of religion, he believes, deals wholly and exclusively with the God of the heart. He declares as his own opinion, and as the opinion which seems most expressive of modern thought, that there is no reason to suppose the veiled being either benevolent or malignant towards men. But if the reader believes that God is almighty, and in every way infinite, the practical outcome is not very different. For the purposes of human relationship, it is impossible to deny that God presents himself as finite, as struggling and taking a part against evil. The writer believes that these dogmas of relationship are not merely extraneous to religion, but an impediment to religion. His aim in this book is to give a statement of religion which is no longer entangled in such speculations and disputes. Let him add only one other note of explanation in this preface, and that is to remark that except for one incidental passage in chapter 4:1, nowhere does he discuss the question of personal immortality. It is discussed in First and Last Things, Book 4:4. He omits this question because he does not consider that it has any more bearing upon the essentials of religion than have the theories we may hold about the relation of God and the moral law to the starry universe. The latter is a question for the theologian, the former for the psychologist. Whether we are mortal or immortal, whether the God in our hearts is the son of or a rebel against the universe, the reality of religion, the fact of salvation, is still our self-identification with God, irrespective of consequences, and the achievement of his kingdom in our hearts and in the world. Whether we live forever or die tomorrow does not affect righteousness. Many people seem to find the prospect of a final personal death unendurable. This impresses me as egotism. I have no such appetite for a separate immortality. God is my immortality. What of me is identified with God is God. What is not is of no more permanent value than the snows of yesteryear. H.G.W. Dunmow, May 1917. End of preface. Recording by William Tomko. Chapter First, Parts 1 to 3 of God the Invisible King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. God the Invisible King by H.G. Wells, Chapter First, Parts 1 to 3. Chapter the First. The Cosmogony of Modern Religion. 1. Modern religion has no founder. Perhaps all religions, unless the flaming onset of Mohammedanism be an exception, have dawned imperceptibly upon the world. A little while ago and the thing was not, and then suddenly it has been found in existence and already in a state of diffusion. People have begun to hear of the new belief first here and then there. It is interesting, for example, to trace how Christianity drifted into the consciousness of the Roman world. But when a religion has been interrogated, it has always had hitherto a tale of beginnings, the name and story of a founder. The renascent religion that is now taking shape, it seems, had no founder. It points to no origins. It is the truth, its believers declare. It has always been here. It has always been visible to those who had eyes to see. It is perhaps plainer than it was, and to more people. That is all. It is as if it still did not realize its own difference. Many of those who hold it still think of it as if it were a kind of Christianity. Some, catching at a phrase of Huxley's, speak of it as Christianity without theology. They do not know the creed they are carrying. It has, as a matter of fact, a very fine and subtle theology, flatly opposed to any belief that could, except by great stretching of charity and the imagination, be called Christianity. One might find perhaps a parallelism with the system ascribed to some Gnostics, but that is far more probable an accidental rather than a sympathetic coincidence. Of that the reader shall presently have an opportunity of judging. This indefiniteness of statement and relationship is probably only the opening phase of the new faith. Christianity also began with an extreme neglect of definition. It was not at first anything more than a sect of Judaism. It was only after 3 centuries, amidst the uproar and emotions of the Council of Nicaea, when the more enthusiastic Trinitarians stuffed their fingers in their ears in affected horror at the arguments of old Arius, that the cardinal mystery of the Trinity was established as the essential fact of Christianity. Throughout those 3 centuries, the centuries of its greatest achievements and noblest martyrdoms, Christianity had not defined its God. And even today it has to be noted that a large majority of those who possess and repeat the Christian creeds have come into the practice so insensibly from unthinking childhood that only in the slightest way do they realize the nature of the statements to which they subscribe. They will speak and think of both Christ and God in ways flatly incompatible with the doctrine of the triune deity upon which, theoretically, the entire fabric of all the churches rests. They will show themselves as frankly Arians, as though that damnable heresy had not been washed out of the world forever after centuries of persecution in torrents of blood. But whatever the present state of Christendom in these matters may be, there can be no doubt of the enormous pains taken in the past to give Christian beliefs the exactest, least ambiguous statement possible. Christianity knew itself clearly for what it was in its maturity, whatever the indecisions of its childhood or the confusions of its decay. The renascent religion that one finds now, a thing active and sufficient in many minds, has still scarcely
setting of the universe presents itself to the modern mind. It is altogether outside of good and evil, and love and hate. It is outside God, who is love and goodness. And coming out of this veiled being, proceeding out of it in a manner altogether inconceivable, is another lesser being, an impulse thrusting through matter and clothing itself in continually changing material forms, the maker of our world, life, the will to be. It comes out of that inscrutable being as a wave comes rolling to us from beyond the horizon. It is, as it were, a great wave rushing through matter and possessed by a spirit. It is a breeding, fighting thing. It pants through the jungle track as the tiger, and lifts itself toward heaven as the tree. It is the rabbit bolting for its life, and the dove calling to her mate. It crawls, it flies, it dives, it lusts and devours. It pursues and eats itself in order to live still more eagerly and hastily. It is every living thing. Of it are our passions and desires and fears, and it is aware of itself not as a whole, but dispersedly, as individual self-consciousness, starting out dispersedly from every one of the sentient creatures it has called into being. They look out for their little moments, red-eyed and fierce, full of greed, full of the passions of acquisition and assimilation and reproduction, submitting only to brief fellowships of defense or aggression. They are beings of strain and conflict and competition. They are living substance, still mingled painfully with the dust. The forms in which this being clothes itself, bears thorns and fangs and claws, are soaked with poison and bright with threats or allurements. They prey slyly or openly on one another, hold their own for a little while, breed savagely and resentfully, and pass. This second being men have called the life force, the will to live, the struggle for existence. They have figured it too as Mother Nature. We may speculate whether it is not what the wiser among the Gnostics meant by demiurge, but since the Christians destroyed all the Gnostic books, that must remain a mere curious guess. We may speculate whether this heat and haste and wrath of life about us is the dark god of the Manichees, the evil spirit of the sun worshippers. But in contemporary thought there is no conviction apparent that this demiurge is either good or evil. It is conceived of as both good and evil. If it gives all the pain and conflict of life, it also gives the joy of the sunshine, the delight and hope of youth, the pleasures. If it has elaborated 100,000 sorts of parasite, it has also molded the beautiful limbs of man and woman. It has shaped the slug and the flower, and in it, as part of it, taking its rewards.
The search for divine truth is like gold washing. Nothing is of any value until most has been swept away. Part 2. Heresies of Speculation. One sort of heresies stands apart from the rest. It is infinitely the most various sort. It includes all those heresies which result from wrong-headed mental elaboration, as distinguished from those which are the result of hasty and imperfect apprehension. the heresies of the clever rather than the heresies of the obtuse. The former are of endless variety and complexity. The latter are in comparison natural, simple confusions. The former are the errors of the study, the latter the superstitions that spring by the wayside or are brought down to us in our social structure out of a barbaric past. To the heresies of thought and speculation belong the elaborate doctrine of the Trinity, dogmas about God's absolute qualities, such odd deductions as the accepted Christian teachings about the virginity of Mary and Joseph and the like. All these things are parts of Orthodox Christianity. Yet none of them did Christ, even by the Christian account, expound or recommend. He treated them as negligible. It was left for the Alexandrians, for Alexander, for little, red-haired, busy, wire-pulling Athanasius to find out exactly what their master was driving at, 3 centuries after their master was dead. Men still sit at little desks remote from God or life, and rack their inadequate brains to meet fancied difficulties and state unnecessary perfections. They seek God by logic, ignoring the marginal error that creeps into every syllogism. Their conceit blinds them to the limitations upon their thinking. They weave spider-like webs of muddle and disputation across the path by which men come to God. It would not matter very much if it were not that simpler souls are caught in these webs. Every great religious system in the world is choked by such webs. Each system has its own. Of all the blood-stained, tangled heresies which make up doctrinal Christianity and imprison the mind of the Western world today, not one seems to have been known to the nominal founder of Christianity. Jesus Christ never certainly claimed to be the Messiah, never spoke clearly of the Trinity, was vague upon the scheme of salvation and the significance of his martyrdom. We are asked to suppose that he left his apostles without instructions that were necessary to their eternal happiness, that he could give them the Lord's Prayer but leave them to guess at the all-important creed, and that the church staggered along blindly, putting its foot in and out of damnation until the experts of Nicaea, that garland of priests, marshaled by Constantine's officials, came to its rescue. From the conversion of Paul onward, the heresies of the intellect multiplied about Christ's memory and hid him from the sight of men. We are no longer clear about the doctrine he taught, nor about the things he said and did. Even the Apostles' Creed is not traceable earlier than the 4th century. It is manifestly an old, patched formulary. Rutinius explains that it was not written down for a long time, but transmitted. The Catholic Church found it necessary to prohibit the circulation of the Old Testament among laymen, very largely on account of the polemics of the Cathars against the Hebrew God. But in this book, be it noted, the word Christian, when it is not otherwise defined, is used to indicate only the Trinitarians who accept the official creeds. The natural hatred of unregenerate men against everything that is unlike themselves, against strange people and cheerful people, against unfamiliar usages and things they do not understand, embodied itself in this conception of a malignant and partisan deity perpetually upset by the little things people did and contriving murder and vengeance. Now this God would be drowning everybody in the world. Now he would be burning Sodom and Gomorrah. Now he would be inciting his congenial Israelites to the most terrific pogroms. This divine frightfulness is, of course, the natural human dislike and distrust for queer practices, or for too sunny a carelessness, a dislike reinforced by the latent fierceness of the ape in us, liberating the latent fierceness of the ape in us, giving it an excuse and pressing permission upon it, handing the thing hated and feared over to its secular arm. It is a human paradox that the desire for seemliness, the instinct for restraints and fair disciplines, and the impulse to cherish sweet familiar things, that these things of the true God should so readily liberate cruelty and tyranny. It is like a woman going with a light to tend and protect her sleeping child, and setting the house on fire. Nonetheless, right down to today, the heresy of God the revengeful, God the persecutor and avenger, haunts religion. It is only in quite recent years that the growing gentleness of everyday life has begun to make men a little ashamed of a deity less tolerant and gentle than themselves. The recent literature of the Anglicans abounds in the evidence of this trouble. Bishop Colenso of Natal was prosecuted and condemned in 1863 for denying the irascibility of his God and teaching the Kafirs of Natal, the dangerous heresy that God is all mercy. We cannot allow it to be said, the Dean of Cape Town insisted, that God was not angry when he was not appeased by punishment. He was angry on account of sin, which is a great evil and a great insult to his majesty. The case of the Reverend Charles Voysey, which occurred in 1870, was a second assertion of the Church's insistence upon the fierceness of her God. This case is not to be found in the ordinary church histories, nor is it even mentioned in the latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Nevertheless, it appears to have been a very illuminating case. It is doubtful if the Church would prosecute or condemn either Bishop Colenso or Mr. Voysey today. Part 7. God and the Nursery Maid. Closely related to the heresy of God the Avenger is that kind of miniature God the Avenger, to whom the nursery maid and the overtaxed parent are so apt to appeal. You stab your children with such a God, and he poisons all their lives. Abstinence that scars and embitters the mind, distorts the imagination, makes the body gross, and keeps it unclean, is just as offensive to God as any positive depravity. End of Chapter 2, Parts 8 and 9. Recording by T. Michael Burke. SpokenWordCreation.com.
Chapter 3rd, Parts 1 to 4, of God the Invisible King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. God the Invisible King by H. G. Wells, Chapter 3rd, Parts 1 to 4. Chapter the 3rd, The Likeness of God. God is courage. Now, having set down what those who profess the new religion regard as the chief misconceptions of God, having put these systems of ideas aside from our explanations, the path is cleared for the statement of what God is. Since language springs entirely from material, spatial things, there is always an element of metaphor in theological statement. So that I have not called this chapter the nature of God, but the likeness of God. And firstly, God is courage. 2. God is a person. And next, God is a person. Upon this point, those who are beginning to profess modern religion are very insistent. It is, they declare, the central article, the axis of their religion. God is a person who can be known as one knows a friend, who can be served and who receives service, who partakes of our nature, who is, like us, a being in conflict with the unknown and the limitless and the forces of death, who values much that we value and is against much that we are pitted against. He is our king to whom we must be loyal. He is our captain, and to know him is to have a direction in our lives. He feels us and knows us. He is helped and gladdened by us. He hopes and attempts. God is no abstraction, nor trick of words. No, infinite. He is as real as a bayonet thrust, or an embrace. Now, this is where those who have left the old creeds and come asking about the new realizations find their chief difficulty. They say, "Show us this person. Let us hear him." If they listen to the silences within, presently they will hear him. But when one argues, one finds oneself suddenly in the net of those ancient controversies between species and individual, between the one and the many, which arise out of the necessarily imperfect methods of the human mind. Upon these matters there has been much pregnant writing during the last half-century. Such ideas as this writer has to offer. Recording by William Tomko. Chapter 4th, Parts 1 and 2 of God the Invisible King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by William Tomko. God the Invisible King by H. G. Wells, Chapter 4th, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter the 4th. The Religion of Atheists. 1. The Scientific Atheist. It is a curious thing that while most organized religions seem to drape about and conceal and smother the statement of the true God, the honest atheist, with his passionate impulse to strip the truth bare, is constantly and unwittingly reproducing the divine likeness. It will be interesting here to call a witness or so to the extreme instability of absolute negation. Here, for example, is a deliverance from Professor Metchnikoff, who was a very typical antagonist of all religion. He died only the other day. He was a very great physiologist indeed. He was a man almost of the rank and quality of Pasteur or Charles Darwin. A decade or more ago he wrote a book called The Nature of Man, in which he set out very plainly a number of illuminating facts about life. They are facts so illuminating that presently, in our discussion of sin, they will be referred to again. But it is not Professor Metchnikoff's intention to provide material for a religious discussion. He sets out his facts in order to overthrow theology as he conceives it. The remarkable thing about his book, the thing upon which I would now lay stress, is that he betrays no inkling of the fact that he has no longer the right to conceive theology as he conceives it. The development of his science has destroyed that right. He does not realize how profoundly modern biology has affected our ideas of individuality and species, and how the import of theology is modified through these changes. When he comes from his own world of modern biology to religion and philosophy, he goes back in time. He attacks religion as he understood it when first he fell out with it 50 years or more ago. Let us state as compactly as possible the nature of these changes that biological science has wrought almost imperceptibly in the general scheme and method of our thinking. The influence of biology upon thought in general consists essentially in diminishing the importance of the individual and developing the realization of the species, as if it were a kind of super-individual, a modifying and immortal super-individual, maintaining itself against the outer universe by the birth and death of its constituent individuals. Natural history, which began by putting individuals into species as if the latter were mere classificatory divisions, has come to see that the species has its adventures, its history and drama, far exceeding in interest and importance the individual adventure. The origin of species was for countless minds the discovery of a new romance in life. The contrast of the individual life and this specific life may be stated plainly and compactly as follows. A little while ago, we current individuals, we who are alive in increasing numbers, men and women are pressing on to see if it be really the Promised Land. Pisgah, the Promised Land! Mr. McCabe in that passage sounds as if he were halfway to O Beulah Land and the tambourine. That larger spirit, we maintain, is God. Those impulses are the power of God, and Mr. McCabe serves a master he denies. He has but to realize fully that God is not necessarily the triune God of the Catholic Church, and banish his intense suspicion that he may yet be lured back to that altar he abandoned. He has but to look up from that preoccupation, and immediately he will begin to realize the presence of divinity. End of Chapter 4th, Parts 1 and 2. Recording by William Tomko. Chapter 4th, parts 3 to 6 of God the Invisible King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. God the Invisible King by H. G. Wells, Chapter 4th, Parts 3 to 6. 3. God is an external reality. It may be argued that if atheists and agnostics, when they set themselves to express the good will that is in them, do shape out God, that if their conception of right living falls in so completely with the conception of God's service as to be broadly identical, then indeed God, like the ether of scientific speculation, is no more than a theory, no more than an imaginative externalization of man's inherent good will. Why trouble about God then? Is not the declaration of a good disposition a sufficient evidence of salvation? What is the difference between such benevolent unbelievers as Professor Metchnikoff or Mr. McCabe and those who have found God? The difference is this, that the benevolent atheist stands alone upon his own good will, without a reference, without a standard, trusting to his own impulse to goodness, relying upon his own moral strength. A certain immodesty, a certain self-righteousness hangs like a precipice above him. Incalculable temptations open like gulfs beneath his feet. He has not really given himself, or got away from himself. He has no one to whom he can give himself. He is still a masterless man. His exaltation is self-centered, is priggishness. His fall is unrestrained by any exterior obligation. His devotion is only the good will in himself, a disposition. It is a mood that may change. At any moment it may change. He may have pledged himself to his own pride and honor. But who will hold him to his bargain? He has no source of strength beyond his own amiable sentiments. His conscience speaks with an unsupported voice, and no one watches while he sleeps. He cannot pray. He can but ejaculate. He has no real and living link with other men of good will. And those whose acquiescence in the idea of God is merely intellectual are in no better case than those who deny God altogether. They may have 1887, and has since been reissued by the Rationalist Press Association in its well-known sixpenny series, and J. Alanson Picton's Man and the Bible. Similarly, those who wish to acquire a sane view of the relations between man and God would do well to read Winwood Reade's Martyrdom of Man. Sir Harry, in fact, clears the ground for God very ably, and then makes a well-meaning gesture in the vacant space. There is no help nor strength in his gesture unless God is there. Without God, the service of man is no better than a hobby or a sentimentality or an hypocrisy in the undisciplined prison of the mortal life. End of Chapter 4th, Parts 3 to 6. Recording by William Tomko. Chapter 5th, Parts 1 to 3 of God the Invisible King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. God the Invisible King by H. G. Wells, Chapter 5th, Parts 1 to 3. Chapter the 5th, The Invisible King. 1. Modern Religion, a Political Religion. The conception of a young and energetic God, an invisible prince growing in strength and wisdom, who calls men and women to his service, and who gives salvation from self and mortality only through self-abandonment to his service, necessarily involves a demand for a complete revision and fresh orientation of the life of the convert. God faces the blackness of the unknown and the blind joys and confusions and cruelties of life, as one who leads mankind through a dark jungle to a great conquest. He brings mankind not rest but a sword, It is plain that he can admit no divided control of the world he claims. He concedes nothing to Caesar. In our philosophy there are no human things that are gods and others that are Caesars. Those of the new thought cannot render unto God the things that are gods, and to Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Whatever claim Caesar may make to rule men's lives and direct their destinies outside the will of God is a usurpation. No king nor Caesar has any right to tax or to service or to tolerance, except he claim as one who holds for and under God. And he must make good his claim. The steps of the altar of the God of Youth are no safe place for the sacrilegious figure of a king. Who claims divine right plays with the lightning. The new conceptions do not tolerate either kings or aristocracies or democracies. Its implicit command to all its adherents is to make plain the way to the world theocracy. Its rule of life is the discovery and service of the will of God, which dwells in the hearts of men, and the performance of that will, not only in the private life of the believer, but in the acts and order of the state and nation of which he is a part. I give myself to God, not only because I am so and so, but because I am mankind. I become in a measure responsible for every evil in the world of men. I become a knight body of humanity, and through better and better equipped minds, that he and our race may increase forever, working unendingly upon the development of the powers of life and the mastery of the blind forces of matter throughout the deeps of space. He sets out with us. We are persuaded to conquer ourselves and our world and the stars. And beyond the stars our eyes can as yet see nothing. Our imaginations reach and fail. Beyond the limits of our understanding is the veiled being of fate, whose face is hidden from us. It may be that minds will presently appear among us of such a quality that the face of that unknown will not be altogether hidden. But the business of such ordinary lives as ours is the setting up of this earthly kingdom of God. That is the form into which our lives must fall and our consciences adapt themselves. Belief in God as the invisible King brings with it almost necessarily a conception of this coming kingdom of God on earth. Each believer, as he grasps this natural and immediate consequence of the faith that has come into his life, will form at the same time a utopian conception of this world changed in the direction of God's purpose. The vision will follow the realization of God's true nature and purpose as a necessary second step, and he will begin to develop the latent citizen of this world state in himself. He will fall in with the idea of the world-wide sanities of this new order being drawn over the warring outlines of the present, and of men falling out of relationship with the old order and into the relationship with the new. Many men and women are already working today at tasks that belong essentially to God's kingdom, tasks that would be of the same essential nature if the world were now a theocracy. For example, they are doing or sustaining scientific research or education or creative art. They are making roads to bring men together. They are doctors working for the world's health. They are building homes. They are constructing machinery to save and increase the powers of men. Such men and women need only to change their orientation as men will change about at a work table when the light that was coming in a little while ago from the southern windows begins presently to come in chiefly from the west, to become open and confessed servants of God. This work that they were doing for ambition, or the love of men, or the love of knowledge, or what seemed the inherent impulse to the work itself, or for money, or honor, or country, or king, they will realize they are doing for God, and by the power of God. Self-transformation into a citizen of God's kingdom, and a new realization of all earthly politics as no more than the struggle to define and achieve the kingdom of God in the earth, follow on, without any need for a fresh spiritual impulse, from the moment when God and the believer meet and clasp one another. This transfiguration of the world into a theocracy may seem a merely fantastic idea to anyone who comes to it freshly without such general theological preparation as the preceding pages have made. But to anyone who has been at the pains to clear his mind even a little from the obsession of existing but transitory things, it ceases to be a mere suggestion and becomes more and more manifestly the real future of mankind. From the phase of "so things should be," the mind will religious from which they arose, it will have become evident that the essential work of any one who is conversant with the existing practice and literature of the law, and whose natural abilities are forensic, will lie in the direction of reconstructing the theory and practice of the law in harmony with modern conceptions, of making that theory and practice clear and plain to ordinary men, of reforming the abuses of the profession by working for the separation of bar and judiciary, for the amalgamation of the solicitors and the barristers, and the like needed reforms. These are matters that will probably only be properly set right by a quickening of conscience among lawyers themselves. Of no class of men is the help and service so necessary to the practical establishment of God's kingdom as of men learned and experienced in the law. And there is no reason why, for the present, an advocate should not continue to plead in the courts, provided he does his utmost only to handle cases in which he believes he can serve the right. Few righteous cases are ill served by a frank disposition on the part of lawyer and client to put everything before the court. Thereby, of course, there arises a difficult case of conscience. What if a lawyer, believing his client to be in the right, discovers him to be in the wrong? He cannot throw up the case unless he has been scandalously deceived, because so he would betray the confidence his client has put in him to see him through. He has a right to give himself away, but not to give away his client in this fashion. If he has a chance of a private consultation, I think he ought to do his best to make his client admit the truth of the case and give in, but failing this, he has no right to be virtuous on behalf of another. No man may play God to another. He may remonstrate, but that is the limit of his right. He must respect a confidence, even if it is purely implicit and involuntary. I admit that here the barrister is in a cleft stick, and that he must see the business through according to the confidence his client has put in him, and afterwards be as sorry as he may be if an injustice ensues. And also I would suggest a lawyer may with a fairly good conscience defend a guilty man as if he were innocent, to save him from unjustly heavy penalties. This comparatively full discussion of the barrister's problem has been embarked upon because it does bring in a very typical fashion, just those uncertainties and imperfections that abound in real life. Religious conviction gives us a general direction, but it stands aside from many of these entangled struggles in the jungle of conscience. Practice is often easier than a rule. In practice, a lawyer will know far more accurately than a hypothetical case can indicate how far he is bound to see his client through, and how far he may play the keeper of his client's conscience. And nearly every day there happens instances where the most subtle casuistry will fail and the finger of conscience point unhesitatingly. One may have worried long in the preparations and preliminaries of the issue. One may bring the case at last into the final court of conscience in an apparently hopeless tangle. Then suddenly comes decision. The procedure of that silent, lit and empty court in which a man states his case to God is very simple and perfect. The excuses and the special pleading shrivel and vanish, in a leading or nonsensical words, and yet intend and convey the truth. The methods of the Salvation Army are older than doctrinal Christianity and may long survive it. Men and women may still chant of Beulah land and cry out in the ecstasy of salvation. The tambourine, that modern revival of the thrilling Alexandrine sistrum, may still stir dull nerves to a first apprehension of powers and a call beyond the immediate material compulsion of life, when the creeds of Christianity are as dead as the lore of the Druids. The emancipation of mankind from obsolete theories and formularies may be accompanied by great tides of moral and emotional release among types and strata that, by the standards of a trained and explicit intellectual, may seem spiritually hopeless. It is not necessary to imagine the whole world critical and lucid in order to imagine the whole world unified in religious sentiment, comprehending the same phrases and coming together, regardless of class and race and quality, in the worship and service of the true God. The coming kingship of God, if it is to be more than hieratic tyranny, must have this universality of appeal. As the head grows clear, the body will turn in the right direction. To the mass of men, modern religion says, "This is the God it has always been in your nature to apprehend." 11. God and the love and status of women. Now that we are discussing the general question of individual conduct, it will be convenient to take up again and restate in that relationship propositions already made very plainly in the second and third chapters. Here there are several excellent reasons for a certain amount of deliberate repetition. All the mystical relations of chastity, virginity, and the like with religion, those questions of physical status that play so large a part in most contemporary religions, have disappeared from modern faith. Let us be as clear as possible upon this. God is concerned by the health and fitness and vigor of his servants. We owe him our best and utmost. But he has no special concern and no special preferences or commandments regarding sexual things. Christ, it is manifest, was of the modern faith in these matters. He welcomed the Magdalene. Neither would he condemn the woman taken in adultery. Manifestly corruption and disease were not to stand between him and those who sought God in him. But the Christianity of the creeds, in this as in so many respects, does not rise to the level of its founder, and it is as necessary to repeat today, as though the name of Christ had not been ascendant for 19 centuries, that sex is a secondary thing to religion, and sexual status of no account in the presence of God. It follows quite logically that God does not discriminate between man and woman in any essential things. We leave our individuality behind us when we come into the presence of God. Sex is not disavowed, but forgotten. Just as one's last meal is forgotten, which also is the difference between the religious moment of modern faith and certain Christian sacraments. You are a believer and God is at hand to you. Heed not your state. Reach out to him and he is there. In the moment of religion you are human. It matters not what else you are, male or female, clean or unclean, Hebrew or Gentile, bond or free. It is after the moment of religion that we become concerned about. They tap deep founts of impulse, such as we of the safer ways of mediocrity do but glimpse under the influence of drugs, or in dreams and rare moments of controllable extravagance. Then the insane become glorious, or they become murderous, or they become suicidal. All these letter writers in confinement have convinced their fellow creatures by some extravagance that they are a danger to themselves or others. The letters that come from such types written during their sane intervals are entirely sane. Some who are probably unaware, I think they should know, of the offences or possibilities that justify their incarcerations, write with a certain resentment at their position. Others are entirely acquiescent, but one or two complain of the neglect of friends and relations. But all are as manifestly capable of religion and of the religious life as any other intelligent persons during the lucid interludes that make up 9/10 perhaps of their lives. Suppose now one of these cases, and suppose that the infirmity takes the form of some cruel, disgusting, or destructive disposition that may become at times overwhelming, and you have our universal trouble with sinful tendency, as it were magnified for examination. It is clear that the mania which defines his position must be the primary, if not the cardinal business in the life of a lunatic. But his problem with that is different, not in kind, but merely in degree from the problem of lusts, vanities, and weaknesses in what we call normal lives. It is an unconquered tract, a great rebel province in his being, which refuses to serve God and tries to prevent him serving God, and succeeds at times in wresting his capital out of his control. But his relationship to that is the same relationship as ours to the backward and insubordinate parishes, criminal slums, and disorderly houses in our own private texture. It is clear that the believer who is a lunatic is, as it were, only the better part of himself. He serves God with this unconquered disposition in him, like a man who, whatever else he is and does, is obliged to be the keeper of an untrustworthy and wicked animal. His beast gets loose. His only resort is to warn those about him when he feels that jangling or excitement of the nerves which precedes its escape, to limit its range, to place weapons beyond its reach. And there are plenty of human beings, very much in his case, whose beasts have never got loose or have got caught back before their essential insanity was apparent. And there are those uncertifiable lunatics we call men and women of impulse and strong passions. If perhaps they have more self-control than the really mad, yet it happens oftener with them that the whole intelligent being falls under the dominion of evil. The passion scarcely less than the obsession may darken the whole moral sky. Repentance and atonement, nothing less will avail them after the storm has passed, and the sedulous preparation of defences and palliatives against the return of the storm. This discussion of the lunatic's case gives us, indeed, usefully coarse and large, the lines for the treatment of every human weakness by the servants of God. A weakness, just like the lunatic's mania, becomes a particular charge under God, a special duty for the person it affects. He has to minimize it, to isolate it, to keep it out of
one's sense of brotherhood by excluding the majority of mankind. Before you know where you are, you will have exchanged the Spirit of God for esprit de corps. You will have reinvented the symbol. You will have begun to keep anniversaries and establish sacramental ceremonies. The disposition to form cliques and exclude and conspire against unlike people is all too strong in humanity to permit of its formal encouragement. Even such organization as is implied by a creed is to be avoided, for all living faith coagulates, as you phrase it. In this book, I have not given so much as a definite name to the faith of the true God. Organization for worship and collective exaltation also, it may be urged, is of little manifest good. You cannot appoint beforehand a time and place for God to irradiate your soul. All these are very valid objections to the church-forming disposition. Part 4. Organizations under God. Yet this still leaves many dissatisfied. They want to shout out about God. They want to share this great thing with all mankind. Why should they not shout and share? Let them express all that they desire to express in their own fashion, by themselves, or grouped with their friends as they will. Let them shout chorally, if they are so disposed. Let them work in a gang, if so they can work the better. But let them guard themselves against the idea that they can have God particularly or exclusively with them in any such undertaking, or that so they can express God rather than themselves. And that, I think, states the attitude of the modern spirit toward the idea of a church. Mankind passes forever out of the idolatry of altars, away from the obscene rites of circumcision and symbolical cannibalism, beyond the sway of the ceremonial priest. But if the modern spirit holds that religion cannot be organized, or any intermediary thrust between God and man, that does not preclude infinite possibilities of organization and collective action under God and within the compass of religion, there is no reason why religious men should not band themselves the better to attain specific ends. To borrow a term from British politics, there is no objection to ad hoc organizations. The objection lies not against subsidiary organizations for service, but against organizations that may claim to be comprehensive. For example, there is no reason why one should not, and in many cases there are good reasons why one should, organize or join associations for the criticism of religious ideas an employment that may pass very readily into propaganda. Many people feel the need of prayer to resist the evil in themselves and to keep them in mind of divine emotion. And many want not merely prayer,